Hi, Richard. Am I good?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, it's 5 o'clock, Madam Clerk. Can you go out and scare up some more city council members?
I see about 4.
Well, I see 3.
Vice Mayor Martinez is,
I see Martinez, but his face is not on there. Are you with us, Eduardo?
The city clerk scared me up.
With us? Sounds like we have a quorum. Are you ready to go?
yes.
Thank you, city clerk.
Okay, welcome everyone to the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates.
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Jimenez is absent. Councilmember Johnson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Present.
Councilmember McLaughlin. Councilmember McLaughlin is absent. Councilmember Willis. Councilmember Willis is absent, and Mayor Butt.
Present. Would you read the closed session items, please?
Yes, during closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Jacqueline Gross and Sharon Taylor. Employee organizations include SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21, mid-level and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Under conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Medina versus City of Richmond, Arriaga versus City of Richmond, Richmond Shoreline Alliance versus City of Richmond, East Bay Regional Park District versus City of Richmond, Sprawdeff et al. Versus City of Richmond, the Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus the United States of America et al. North Coast Rivers Alliance et al., Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond. Conference with Real Property Negotiator. Property includes 12th and McDonald. Agency negotiators Dave Alshire, Lena Velasco, and Jesus Morales. Negotiating parties SAAEVI Richmond Partners LLC. And under negotiation is price and terms of payment. The second property negotiation is the property located at South 45th Street to the west, Wall Avenue to the south, Interstate 80 to the east, and BART tracks to the north. Agency negotiators include Anita Luck, Lena Velasco, and Jesus Morales. Negotiating parties, Miraflores Community Devco LLC. Under negotiation is price and terms of payment. Under conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, there are 3 cases.
Point of order. I'd like to announce that council members Willis and McLaughlin are present.
We do have 2 individuals with their hands raised to address the council, and we are in closed session. Comments should be limited to closed session items.
Okay, we have Alexander Kane, Tarnell Abbott, and Sally Tobin. Alexander Kane, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
My name is Alexander Kane, and I'm speaking about item C1. I'm a Richmond police officer and I'm proud to have been born and raised in Richmond. I've been in law enforcement for 17 years. I would like to thank the city council and the city manager for the opportunity to speak. I am reiterating the importance of the council in ratifying a fair and equitable contract for the Richmond Police Officers Association. If the council approves this contract before them, it will allow me to remain a dedicated Richmond police officer. If the council fails to ratify this contract, I will have to explore other departments that can offer me a fair and equitable pay. I appreciate the time and thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name is Tarnell Abbott. I am a Richmond resident of many years, and I want to speak about, there are several items on the agenda relating to Point Melody. They are legal issues and they are real estate issues. And first of all, I want to say with regards to Point Melody, Mayor Butt, his decisions and high-handed handling of Point Melody has cost the city millions of dollars in legal fights. The time now is to settle the fight. Let's let all parties work together with the Giddyville tribe and East Bay Regional Park District and make a reasonable settlement so that the publicly owned land can be back in public hands. And let's have a world-class park at Point Melody. And, you know, we don't really need to do all this ongoing legal, you know, blah, blah, blah. It's now time to negotiate the real estate for the real estate that matters. And real estate that matters is the people. And the people of Richmond did not want a casino. They did not want a housing project. They wanted a park. And there's no reason why we can't have it. There's money available to purchase the property from the tribe. You know, they're still going to gain, you know, since Mr. Levine bought it for like peanuts. And I'm sure that something could be worked out, and I would urge you all to work it out. And, you know, you don't.
Expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Sally Tobin. Sally, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Sally Tobin, Richmond resident. I'd like to thank the City Council for protecting the Richmond budget in their votes to turn down the SunCal Group's CFD proposal and then the SunCal Group's proposed purchase when they did not actually pay for the property. In addition, I compliment City Attorney Aylshire for his excellent legal work that was appreciated by the judge who was analyzing legal claims of SunCal versus the City of Richmond. His work was particularly commendable given the amazing situation of a mayor siding with a developer in legal action against his own city. With Tarnal, I support settlement of the legal issues in favor of a public park at Point Malate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jay Malari, and the following speakers after that are Donovan Decius and Tom Tran. Jay Malari, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Malari, and I'm speaking in regards to item C1. I've been a sworn officer for the Richmond Police Department for approximately 2 years, and I hope to serve Richmond's community for many more years. The ratified contract is important to me because it can bring this hope to fruition, and it could potentially deter my remaining teammates from leaving for other departments. A ratified contract would also make Richmond a viable option for new talent, which all in all is a conjunction of favorable circumstances. I thank the City Council and the City Manager for listening to each and every one of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Donovan Decius. Donovan, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much. My name is Donovan Decius. I'd like to speak on item C1. I am a police sergeant here at the Richmond Police Department. Been sworn for almost 22 years. Been here for over 17. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the City Council and the City Manager for coming to this tentative agreement with the RPOA. With this proposed contract, you can show that safety here in Richmond as a whole is a main priority. I have a level of optimism now that I may not have had some time back. And the fact that the City of Richmond is, or hopefully will, invest in the police department and its members gives me hope for our future. The ratification of this contract can improve our chances at luring qualified and dedicated applicants to our city. But more importantly, it can keep those that work here, employed. And I just urge you to please ratify the contract. And with that, I thank you and I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tom Tran, and the following speakers after that are Michael and Benjamin Terrio. Tom Tran, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Tom Tran, and I'm a sworn police officer at the Richmond Police Department. I just want to take this time to address item C1. I appreciate you guys for negotiating the contract with the Richmond Police Department and the POA. I just want to say that with this contract, we will be able to bring in and employ quality officers who can help out the community, speak multiple different languages to assist effective communication with the community and work on our community relations. There's multiple agencies that are around the Richmond area that pays significantly more. And with this contract, we will be able to compete with those agencies and apply with more officers, more programs, more training to have effective and efficient police officers. We can ensure safety, we can ensure service, and on top of that service, superior quality service. A lot of officers, including myself, has been working more than 18 hours every day because we lack staffing. We don't get to see our families. We don't get to go home. We don't get to do a lot of things that other officers get to do at other police departments. Their quality of life is significantly better than ours. But with this funding, we will be able to compete with other agencies, increase the quality of life for these officers, and to maintain safety for the police department and for the city of Richmond. With that time, I just say, City Council, we really appreciate you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Michael. Michael, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Pagaline. I'm an officer with the Richmond Police Department. I've been here a little over 8 years. The only department I've served at was in the military before that. I'm calling in regards to item C1. I'd like to first say that I appreciate and I'd like to thank the city council and the city manager for the hard work that they've put in with our POA in coming to this tentative agreement. I'd just like to just express my support and just taking it this final bit and getting it approved. And it's just as my teammates have said, the other callers, it's important to retain the personnel that we still have, and then of course to attract new talent in order to get our staffing numbers up. Thank you very much, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. And the last speaker is Benjamin Terrio. Benjamin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, City Council. Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. Like you've heard many times in the past, my colleagues and I would like to thank our appreciation for a tentative agreement that we have ratified and sent back vis-a-vis negotiators. It's been ratified by the POA membership by a 74 person majority, was no nay votes, which is very rare in any type of voting on anything in the POA. So that is the enthusiastic support that we normally don't share that type of information, but that I thought it was important for people to call in and also to share that information on where people in the POA are when it comes to that particular vote. The contract is extremely important, and we think it will also be the way that we can provide new officers to the police department and to the community of Richmond and help our police chief be successful. So thank you for all your work, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
So we are now adjourned to closed session.
Okay, thank you.
Jason, are you there? Jason, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, just stay online. I'll mute you for right now. The council's still in closed session.
All right. Thank you.
No problem.
How are you and the wife doing?
Can't talk personal.
Oh, excuse me. I apologize.
Just say fine.
Good, good. That's good to hear.
All right.
I gotta wait for it to come.
I need one more council member. There we go. We have a quorum, I believe, Madam Clerk. Are you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, we'll begin tonight's meeting with a special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority. Would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Commissioner Bates,
Present.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Presente.
Commissioner Johnson,
Here.
Vice Chair Martinez. Vice Chair Martinez. Vice Chair
Here.
Martinez. Okay, thank you. Commissioner McLaughlin,
Here.
Commissioner Willis,
Here.
and Chair Butt.
Here. Would you play the public comment? instruction?
Commissioner Scott is
Oh, okay,
also
sorry.
here.
Oh,
Give me
sorry.
Commissioner Scott.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, would you play the public comment instructional video, please?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and kcrt.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar estrella 9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
Okay, the next item is a statement of conflict of interest. Does anybody have one? I don't see any. The next item is agenda review, and this is for the Housing Authority agenda only. And we only have one item on the consent calendar. So does anybody want to remove it for discussion? I don't see any requests, so I would entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I move the item.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Martinez, second by McLaughlin. Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Willis,
Yes.
Vice Chair Martinez,
Yes.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
and Chair Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
So the special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority is adjourned and the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council is convened. And we'll start off again with a roll call.
Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Martinez, sorry.
Presente.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Present.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes. Here, sorry. Okay, next item is a statement of conflict of interest. Does anybody have one? I don't see any volunteers, so the next item is agenda review. Does anybody want to make any changes to the agenda? Councilmember Johnson, go ahead.
I will yield my time to Vice Mayor Martinez because I have a feeling in my mind that he's going to say what I'm thinking. So I'll yield to him.
Well, we'll find out.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Martinez, go ahead.
Yes, I'm withdrawing item V1.
That was bigger than what I was thinking, but
all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got it, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. You probably saved us about an hour of tonight's meeting. We really appreciate that. Any other changes to the agenda? I don't see any, so we will move into report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session. City attorney, you're either muted or your audio is not working. You know what? We're having technical difficulties. Why don't we move on and come back to him? So let's go to the report from the city manager.
Hello? Is it working now?
Yeah, it's working. So go ahead. Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
sorry. Okay, so on the closed session, the items listed under labor negotiations, we gave a status report of the negotiations with the various bargaining units. Direction was given for continued negotiations to the negotiators. We had two litigation matters, Medina versus City of Richmond, and Arriaga versus City of Richmond. On each of those personnel actions involving the rent board, we gave the litigator gave a report. There's an upcoming mediation, and the council gave direction for that. Regarding the items that are listed, the Shoreline Alliance item was not discussed. The East Bay Park Regional Park District item was not discussed. The Giddyville North Coast Alliance, the Point Malai cases were also not discussed as we ran out of time. And there were two real property negotiations listed. One was 12th and McDonald. The other was the Miraflores project. And again, because we ran out of time, they were not discussed and were moved forward to the next agenda. So that's the closed session report, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, next item is report from the city manager. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Budd and members of the Richmond City Council. I would like to announce that there are video games and virtual reality programming at the main library. Level Up Teen Library Services is hosting a video game event at Royal Elite's Rolling Video Games Trailer. The trailer has 6 screens for students ages 11 through 18 at the main library. The event will be held at the main library at 325 Civic Center Plaza in Richmond on Friday, September 23rd from 2:30 to 4:30 p.m. Please come down and join us. You can sign up online at www.richmondlibrary.org or call 510-620-5516. Also, there have been ongoing conversations in the East Bay regarding a public bank. For those interested in learning more about the Public Bank of the East Bay, there's a meeting this Thursday at 5:30 p.m., including a community conversation. The meeting is scheduled on September 22nd at 5:30 p.m. There's going to be live Spanish and loud translation. If you have any additional questions, feel free to call 510-620-6512 or 510-620-6018 for additional information. And again, that's regarding the Public Bank of the East Bay. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next item is report from the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force.
Good evening, Mayor Budd and members of the City Council. Tonight, there is no report as the task force did not meet in the month of August. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving right along. Next item is open forum for public comment.
Okay, announcement for the public. Open forum is an opportunity to address the council on items that are not on the agenda or items that remain on the consent calendar. You may also use this time to comment on reports from the city manager. And please keep your comments respectful during this live recording. Right now, we have 2 speakers.
Okay, we have Mark Wasberg, Jesse Teran, and now Ben C. Mark Wasberg, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, this city bank that the RPA is going to implement is going to make Richmond a welfare city. You're going to have so many people pouring into Richmond getting free money, and all these other people, they're going to have to go out and work every day and sweat and have they're going to give free money to a bunch of lowlifes who don't want to work. I mean, it's the most stupidest thing I ever seen in my entire life. Now, the RPA admitted that they wanted to go ahead and make Richmond a welfare city, because they even admitted that they're a democratic social communist party. That's what Aguado says. And I mean, you people got to be sick. This money needs to go to fire, police, and recreation and maintenance. This is our taxpayers' money that's going to be given away to a bunch of criminals that's going to flourish off of our taxpayers' money. And it's you people got to get up every morning to put up with the traffic, the BS, and they're going to soak you more and more in taxes. And when all the businesses move out, then they're going to go after your property, because this is the plan. Because TOPA wanted to get their property. This eminent domain wanted to get your property. And I don't see how in the world you people could be so stupid to sit there and support this neo-Nazi communist regime that McLaughlin, she's another Hitler, another Mussolini, is going to destroy Richmond. You just wait, people. Richmond is just going to go disintegrate because of the RPA. And you wait till tomorrow night, Nat and Guado and Sean. It's on. I'm not going to have no mercy on you people, because you people sold your ass out to the RPA, Nat. You stood with Aguado giving $6 million to the NOS, who doesn't do.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is Jesse Teran. Jesse, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, hi, my name is Jessie Turan. I am an unhoused resident living on Ryden Road in a converted transit bus. The people here on Ryden Road are scheduled to be evicted on September 30th. And on Friday, a woman who was advocating for us wrote to the mayor of Richmond to protest this eviction. And in response, the mayor of Richmond, Tom Butt, sent her back an email that had an attached file. And Mark Wasper, you're going to be delighted by this. This is exactly up your style. So the mayor of Richmond sent her an email, at the heading of which, in the attachment, there was a flyer, and the heading of the flyer was RV friendly parking in Richmond. And it had a list of addresses underneath it that were purportedly where you could safely park your RV. It turns out those addresses were the home addresses of all the city council members that support the homeless. He was, I assume, trying to trick, trying to trick this woman into sending this flyer out and getting everyone to go to these people's homes. I'm just saying this because everyone should be aware of what just happened. That was a stunt very much like what they just did in Florida. I have no doubt that that was what inspired Mayor Butt to do that. It's wrong, it's unethical, it's not funny, it's hurtful, and it's hateful. It's not what we need. It does not bring the city together. You tried to sabotage your own city, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ben C. And the following speakers after that are Ebony Blake, Jesse Toberman, and A.M. Jenkins. Ben C., you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Will we have time to speak on the U2 item on the agenda later, or is this my time to speak on it?
Did you mean V2?
U2, the amendment of the local urgency eviction.
You can speak on it now.
You will
Okay.
have an opportunity to speak on V2 when that item comes up also.
The item he's referring to is under consent calendar. So the time is now for you to speak on that item.
Thank you. Okay, I will do that. Hi, City Council and City Manager. My name is Benjamin Cardona. Thank you for this opportunity. The city's moratorium has inflicted a great deal of pain to myself and my family, mentally and financially. I'm in need to move back into my property, and due to the moratorium, I've been unable to do so. I've been working with the city council member for a couple months now. They have helped me work with other city officials to get this moratorium reevaluated and to reach the city council agenda. I would like to thank you personally for your tremendous help. Mr. Vallis, a rent board member, agrees that the moratorium favors the tenant over the actual owner of the property. He asked his colleagues how many owner move-ins occur in a given year, and they said less than 20. Considering the little amount that do occur and the fees associated, homelessness should not be a concern, especially when we consider landlords must pay a relocation fee to the tenant at the time. This should cover moving costs associated with relocation. If we are looking for a fair and just and equitable solution for all parties, this is it. City Council and City Manager, I implore you to allow owner move-ins to occur. I'm in a situation where I do not know what I will do if this does not pass. The financial strain on me and my family is becoming ever more difficult as more time goes on. I hope all of you consider both parties at hand. Please do not pin landlords and tenants against each other anymore. I leave you with this final question. What will be the criteria to end the city moratorium and state of emergency? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jesse Toberman. Jesse, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Jesse Toberman.
Yes, present.
Okay, you can go ahead and start.
Hi, I'm a resident of Ryden Road, and we just had a public hearing or public thing for Channel 5 News, and we were just wondering, like, what's going to go on. Are you going to release the funds? You know, nobody's able to leave here and go anywhere in the situation. I know I'm not. I at my dire end, and I spent all my money. Unemployment's going run out. I mean, I've been sitting here waiting to figure out what's going on, and I just wanted to resolve it so I could just head on north and get out of Richmond. You know, if not, I'm probably just going to head to Richmond and just hang out there and just keep moving around till they kick me out from place to place, because I don't have any other where to go and no money to get anywhere. So if they want to resolve the situation, I think maybe, you know, release the funds and get everybody out of here like you're promised. And I think everybody would correspond with that and agree, and probably will everybody work with you. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you.
To the speakers, we are taking up Ryden Road as item V. V is in Victor 2 on tonight's agenda. So if you have anything to say about Ryden Road, please wait until that item's called, and then you can speak on it.
Okay, we have no more speakers now.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I thought I communicated with our city clerk, but could I have a minute or so on the open forum?
You bet. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just want to acknowledge a very nice program that was engineered and promoted by Councilmember Deborah Johnson this past Saturday, where there was a nice, very nice turnout, excellent entertainment, and individuals really enjoyed themselves. And I want to thank Councilman Johnson for his leadership in that role. I also want to acknowledge that Councilmember McLaughlin and I attended tribute to the late Dr. Henry Clark, who was an outstanding person in the community, made significant contributions. And I thought the program was very well put together, and everyone enjoyed themselves. And I think Dr. Clark would have been proud of the testimony and the recognition in terms of his contribution. And lastly, I understand this is going to be the next to last meeting of Public Works Director, Mr. Leach. And I just want to acknowledge that he's done a very fine job cleaning up this city. And unfortunately, as soon as he cleaned it up, it get dirty again. But I appreciate his tenacity in trying to keep the city clean. And personally, I'm going to miss his leadership as the Public Works Director. Thank you very much.
Okay, now we're looking for a motion on the consent calendar. And to remind you, item V as in Victor 1 has been removed from tonight's agenda.
Move the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, motion by McLaughlin, second by Martinez. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
And that brings us to item V as in Victor 2. Would you read that, Madam Clerk, please?
Yes, item V2 is to approve a sixth contract amendment and appropriate $50,000 to Housing Consortium of the East Bay to support residents sunsetting from Ryden Road, which was previously appropriated to community development, and approve an option for the criteria HCEB shall use to distribute $50,000 and a total not to exceed $250,000 in flex funds, and consider the extension of the HCEB contract and sunset date to October 21st, 2022.
Are you ready for the staff report, Mayor? You're muted. I'll go ahead and get started. Good evening, Mayor, council members, Lena Velasco, Director of Community Development. With me this evening, we also have Jesus Morales, our housing manager, as well as various staff and providers who've been supporting this work. If I can ask KCRT to please share the PowerPoint. Thank you. If you could just move to the next slide, just as a way of background for the council, the $50,000 that are for discussion this evening have been allocated. Most recently, the city council had a discussion item about expanding the potential use of the funds that would go beyond vehicle repair and servicing, as well as storage. And so where we are now is, unfortunately, our finance department is unable to help us with the disbursements, given all of the paperwork that is required from residents. So what we're asking and was suggested in the staff report that was discussed on August 1st was to allocate the funds to HCEB or a nonprofit to help us administer those funds to the residents. So that's where we are this evening. We're asking for a contract amendment, which would allow HCEB to support the city in dispersing the funds to the residents at Ryden, because the final motion did not make this point clear. And we want to make sure that we're dotting our I's and crossing our T in the disbursements. So next slide. So we just want to provide a little bit of information as where we are in the progress on the sunsetting. There are currently 28 people living at the encampment that represent 23 households. We do have multiple people in certain households. And so right now, what we have discussed is there's 29 members that would be eligible for the $50,000 in flex funds that are under discussion this evening. There's multiple ways that those disbursements could occur. And so we are seeking council direction around that point. Specifically, I think the discussion was that upon completion of the assessment, the funds would be allocated that would be used to support, and those would be distributed amongst 29 people. The 29th person is somebody who was formerly at Write-In and has now been housed. And so the request was to be able to include them amongst the disbursements. In addition, the council has allocated, and those funds are currently within the HCEB contract, is for $200,000 that are conditional upon completion of a transitional plan that would support the resident in transitioning off the site. So those would be done by household. As we are noting that some couples may choose to separate in their transitions as they're maybe reunifying with family or other members. But theoretically, those would be distributed amongst 23 households that represent 28 participants. Next slide. So in terms of the options for the distributions of the $50,000 that we're requesting to be added to the HCEB contract, the first would be to authorize a one-time lump sum distribution where HCEB establishes the criteria based on their experience and their assessments that have been completed. They would monitor the facilitation of the transition of that unhoused resident, and that we would coordinate with them along the sunsetting along with the county services, the coordinated entry system. The other option would be for the city council to authorize the city manager or her designee to provide the criteria. So the criteria could be aligned with what we've already established for the 200,000, which would support the transition and require receipts and reimbursements and agreements, which could be onerous to the residents. So those are the two options for discussion. Next slide. So we just wanted to provide a little bit of update on the progress as to where we are on the $200,000 worth of flex funds. So as we noted, all residents have completed assessments. And what we're doing right now are what our service providers, HCEB and Collaborizing, are currently working on completing transition plans, which notes how the resident plans to relocate. And so options are being presented daily. Conversations are happening with family and friends and other service providers. So we have 23 dwelling units, households, as I mentioned, which represents 28 people. All the funds are currently within the contract. So HCEB is able to distribute those upon city approval of the transition plan. The service providers are reaching out to all residents on a daily basis, as well as other support services such as CORE, healthcare for the homeless, and other support advocacy groups are also on site. So as of now, we have 6 residents that do not have plans, 6 households, 4 that are in progress. So the providers are doing due diligence, verifying the connection, whether it's a family or a friend, or just verifying that the plan is viable. And we have 13 plans that are viable and have been verified, and so are now just under city review or in progress for city review. So we anticipate that over this next week, we'll be able to approve several transition plans and start with the distribution of the $200,000. And we are working on trying to meet daily. So tomorrow we have a 2-hour meeting with the providers where we hope to approve some number of transition plans. And the goal would be, once those plans are approved, funds could be distributed shortly thereafter, and transitions would happen within 48 to 72 hours of approval. Next slide. So as mentioned, we're working with the providers, trying to make sure staff is available as needed to review transition plans. We are wanting to make sure that nobody is left with no options. And so, like I said, CORE is out there also offering shelters. We've even today, the city manager's office received a call from a property owner in Concord who's willing to house folks in their property. So as those items get presented to us, we're sharing those with the residents. We'll also note that there's HCEB currently runs a single room occupancy in Oakland called the Fremont Hotel. They currently have 7 rooms available for rental. Glow's Independent Living has 4 units, as well as the county is holding shelter beds in support of the residents with those that don't have viable plans. We've also worked with the residents to take them to see the Fremont Hotel so that they're able to look at it. And we're hoping some will decide to apply for those rooms. But as noted, we still have some residents have also voluntarily agreed to abandon vehicles that they no longer own or plan to repair. So we've done 6 removals to date and are doing weekly removals and working with the residents at Riden. So next slide. So this work is certainly takes a team effort. There's a lot of folks that are supporting the work, and many that are not even listed here. Everybody from abatement to streets team to SOS and CORE. So just wanted to acknowledge that this list is not representative of everybody who's involved in support of the unhoused. But in terms of the transition plan development, as noted, Rachel from HCEB and supported by Darren, the executive director of HCEB, and then Ramon and Leah also of collaborating are the ones that are currently doing the day-to-day outreach to the residents. And below it sort of shows the breakdown of Rachel's assigned to 9 households. Ramon is also doing 9 households and Leah's doing 10. So that's the total residents. In terms of the transition plan working group, the city manager is providing support by making sure we have an interdepartmental team in support of the work. So we have folks from housing, PD, city manager's office, but then we also meet with the streets team, parking enforcement, and parks to just make sure too that as we do tows, that we're giving proper notice and working with the residents. So the team in the middle is the folks that are reviewing the transition plans as they're developed by our service providers. And then final approvals of the plans will occur with support by LaShonda in community services, Nikki in the finance department, and Jesus, our housing manager. Next slide. So I'm sure, I believe Shasa, our city manager, will be making some remarks in addition, but here's kind of the motion considerations, wanting the council to approve the contract amendment to allocate the $50,000 in flex funds to HCEB to support the distribution to the residents. Consideration and guidance given to the staff on how those funds, should it just be an equal payment to all the residents since they've completed their assessments, or should they follow the same criteria as the flex funds that we're currently using? And then the question is, because some of the rent support will go beyond a month, we would like to extend the HCEB contract beyond September 30th to just help us issue checks on a monthly basis. And this would protect the city and the tenant, the resident, from making sure that if they lose the housing, we're not continuing to pay for the housing. So this would allow us to verify on a monthly basis that the resident is still housed before a new check is issued for that month's rent. And then there's just this question, if the council believes an extension is needed, a discussion could occur of that, but we will acknowledge that our service providers are not available beyond September 30th to have people on site. So it will be challenging and additional staffing resources or support staff will be needed. It's also anticipated that funding for restroom security in the mobile office would need to be allocated if it is extended beyond September 30th, as all of those are currently under the HCEB contract and would need to be funded. So I think that concludes my presentation, and I don't know if others have any additional remarks that they want to make.
Mayor Butt, I will save my remarks until after the council.
Go ahead, City Manager.
Mayor Butt, my preference this evening is to save any statements or remarks until after the council asks questions and we hear from the community.
Okay, are there questions from council members? Councilmember McLaughlin, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to start out to say I'm very, very disappointed in the way this went. I made it a point to call for a special meeting on August 1st. I rounded up the council to make sure we had people to come on August 1st to have a meeting because we didn't get to the Ride and Road sunset item previous to the council break. Council agreed to come. And the whole idea of doing it on August 1st rather than August 15th or August 30th or September was so that the work could begin right away in August, because we were leaving 2 months for the sunset, all of August and all of September to September 30th. And the contract extension, it was only an extension of the HCEB contract. I realized it needed to be worked on, but it didn't get executed until early September. So that set everything back. And I'm disappointed that it took that long when my purpose was to get things moving quickly. So there was a full 2 months to allow for these transition plans to happen. That being said, this is where we're at today. So I appreciate the report that city staff has given us. I'm also aware that the service providers are unwilling to stay on site or unable to stay on site after September 30th. What I'm concerned about, first of all, I support that we put the 50,000 into the HCEB contract in one lump sum to go through the process that HCEB has been, along with Collaborizing, has been talking about, and Lena, and it's in the staff report that Shasta, that city manager has created, that Ms. Velasco has talked with the providers and the residents. The residents have learned that they would be getting 50,000 divided equally among them. I support that, and HCEB and with Collaborizing support can work on that. So I support the process going through HCEB as an option 1 that city manager has presented. However, I also think we should allow for the possibility of some extension needed. Now, that doesn't mean it will be needed for everyone, but I think we need to extend the sunset deadline, if needed, into October, but no later than October 21st for those who have legitimate reasons. And there's only 10 days left in September, and there's all these transition plans that city staff has to approve and paperwork, and we couldn't even get the contract executed in a whole month. And now in 10 days, you're saying that this is going to all happen. I don't agree, and I don't trust that it will happen. I know the county will do its best. I know the service providers will do their best, and I know staff at this point. I don't really know if staff will do their best because I have lost some trust, to be honest. I want that trust to be regained, so I hope things move quickly. But if they don't, I would like to allow a little leeway for legitimate reasons. For example, somebody needing special county assistance to get into a nursing home or whatever. We can't just assume that this is all going to happen. There's only Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday left of this week. And then next week is the end of September. So we're really running quickly into the deadline that was expected. So I'm hoping that the council will agree to extend it if needed for special circumstances. I don't know, maybe someone needs their car, they're waiting on a part for their RV or something, and it's gonna not be available until October 2nd. It should all be moving quickly now, but 10 days is not really sufficient to know exactly what may not go right. And things often do not go right. I mean, I'm not trying to say things will go wrong, but I think we have to allow for the possibility of things on some cases needing a little extra time. What I would say is that we need to, because we won't have service providers there, we should we should have the city take over the porta potty contract during that time. And keep engaging with the county, maybe have core services engage more intensely at Ryden. And although I can't speak for them and I haven't spoken with them at all, maybe SOS can show up more frequently at Ryden if there's a need for a few cases to have a little extra service provision during the very first part of October. So I would say, and I agree that staff needs to approve those transition plans within 48 hours. I don't know if that came through in the PowerPoint. I know in some email discussions, it was stated, and I think staff is in agreement. Once it's once they get it, they should approve it within 48 hours and then release the funds in a timely way as well. And then the understanding would be that residents will leave once they have receipt of funds that implements their transition plans. So I think we can set it up so that once your transition plan is implemented, you have to leave, and that's the way it goes. But if there's some special circumstances that city staff is authorized to not just have a showdown with RPD and say, sorry, your health needs are to be disregarded. I'm not saying staff would do this, or the fact that your vehicle you don't have the part yet, that's too bad. We're towing your vehicle and you're out of here. I think we need to show a little bit of flexibility. That's what I think. We would do that for a developer who needed a little extra time here and there. I think we should do it for our unhoused community. So if they don't need the extra time, they need to leave. If they need a little extra time for a special circumstance, I say we give it to them. And I'll make a motion later. I wanted to share my perspective on that. That's why I made those comments just now.
Vice Mayor Martinez, go ahead. Unmute, please.
Thank you. I want to thank staff for doing what they've done under such incredibly confusing circumstances. And a lot of this confusion comes from the lack of leadership from our mayor. For him to claim that I'm in charge of Ryden Road when no one has given me that direction, I think is misleading. For him to, well, actually, this is a question. Is the mayor part of the unhoused group that was formed when the unhoused committee was formed? And if so, is he still on? If not, when did he drop? Because I've not been communicating with other council members because I was under the impression that the mayor was part of that group.
Is that a question for me,
Yes,
Vice Mayor?
yes, it is.
Well, it's a question. It's a question for me, so I'll answer it.
No, it's a question for Lena.
I appointed an ad hoc committee of 3 people. Vice Mayor Martinez, Councilmember Bates, and myself.
I'm talking about a group before that.
Well, I'm talking about Ryden Road because that's
I'm talking about committees on homeless, on houseless. Because
look, you asked a question. Let me answer it. Okay?
Well, I did not ask you. I asked Lena, and you're not answering my question.
Well, I'm the one who made the appointment, so I'm the best person to answer it. So I appointed an ad hoc committee of 3 people.
No, I'm talking about the committee before that. The committee, not on Ryden, the committee on houseless individuals in Richmond. There was a committee formed.
Homeless Task Force.
Homeless Task Force. There you go.
Well, that was not a formal city committee because it was not. I didn't make any appointments to it. Anybody who wanted to be on it could be on it.
So you're telling me that because it was not formal, as many council members could be on it?
Anybody could be on it.
Okay.
But if there are more than 3 council members at the same time and same place talking with each other, that would be a Brown Act violation.
So then not just anybody could be on there.
Well, what's the point?
Well, the point is that there were people on that committee. I thought that you were one of them. And anyway, I was not one of the 3 that was on that. So I was not having communications with any other council members about the houseless community.
Well, let me address Ryden Road. I appointed an ad hoc committee of 3 people. You were one of them.
Right.
And when we found out that they were going directions that made no sense, Councilmember Bates and I bailed out. And so you were the lone remaining person. And that's why I said you were in charge of Ryden Road, because you were the only one standing. The rest of us left.
Mayor, but I think Vice Mayor may be referring to the early committee that you, Councilmember McLaughlin, as well as Councilmember Jimenez formed to work on a long-term strategic plan. But it is my understanding that at some point you declined to be on that committee any longer. So I think that was.
I left that committee too because they had no idea what they were doing, and I didn't want to be a part of it. So let's move on. This is not helpful.
No, this is helping because it just goes to show the kind of leadership that we've had around this issue.
Wait, this is an opportunity for people to ask questions
and
staff report, not to make speeches.
Wait a minute.
I have a question, go ahead.
You just let someone go on without asking a question, and now you're not allowing me.
Well, I'm trying to move this on. So,
all right. So, the question that I have is, I understand how it's difficult for the city staff to move without lack of leadership from our mayor's office, but in such a situation, there are processes that need to be followed. And I was wanting to know what the relationship between city staff and the county were. And yeah, the communication, the process between the 2 entities.
Sure. So and I believe Christy Saxton is on as well, so the county is providing a range of support to the city. So I believe one is we have a core contract where the city helps fund the San Pablo Richmond core team. The county currently participates in our write-in operations meeting. Mostly their core staff meets with us sometimes on a multiple weekly basis. I know Christy and several of her staff are working on training our housing manager as well as some of our providers and getting into the HMIS system. They also provide support through our homelessness strategic planning process. So there's a lot of coordination and work. I mean, I feel like I see Christy at least weekly And I'm sure a lot of our providers are reaching out to them to try to connect residents to other county resources such as behavioral health, social services. So there's definitely a range of coordination that's occurring, not just with Write-In, but also the Castro encampment, Greenway encampments, and even they provide a lot of funding support for GRIP, which is a care center. And so I don't know, Christy, if you want to add anything more.
I mean, you really covered it well, Lena. I appreciate it. I just want to reiterate, we feel that we work very well with the city staff. This is not something that I think Lena would probably agree that she was like, oh, I'm going to spend my life's work working in housing and homelessness. This is something that has been given to her, and she has taken it on with a great deal of grace and humility. And bringing on Jesus, I think, was a great move on the city's part. And it is something, like Lena said, my team is really trying to lean in and provide the training as much as possible. And, you know, likewise, we work with the city staff. I work just as closely with providers such as HCEB. Darren and I were on the phone last night. We've been working collaboratively today of what other referrals, what other, you know, stones can we unturn for the folks at Write-In. And that's just one example. We work on behalf of everyone in Richmond. And sometimes it takes the just getting down in the weeds, where we've brought in healthcare for the homeless, bringing in behavioral health. I spoke with our health officer this morning about Write-In Road and what else can we do? Or are there things that I haven't thought of that other people can think of? So there's a lot of in-kind work also going on in addition to the dollars that we helped fund at Write-In Road. So I feel incredibly good about the collaboration that we've been doing. And I will also say there have been multiple council members that have reached out to me, and I just truly appreciate everyone really trying their best to do what's right. And it's messy and it's chaotic. And it took a long time for folks who are experiencing homelessness to get there. And it can take, you know, years to get out. And there is a space for patience and grace. There's also a time for us to move forward. And I see that as this time. And I think everyone is working gangbusters right now to see a successful sunset at Write-In.
Agreed. I'm in total agreement with you. And I see a lot of movement. I've seen a lot of movement recently. But I'm curious. There is a process that needs to be followed. So with all of this communication between county and the city, how many Write-In residents went through the BLN process, the by name list process, and how many of them have been identified under the VI assessment?
Yeah, I'm going to let HCEB answer that question. They're really the lead on this.
And I'd also like to know timeline. I mean, you know, when this was done and what has been done in terms of addressing these issues.
Yep, absolutely. And again, I will let HCEB. We're partnering with them, and we really see them as the true lead in working with the city on this. So I don't want to speak for Darren and HCEB.
Okay, understood.
Would you like me to speak?
Go ahead,
Respond?
Darren.
Thank you. So the vulnerability index assessments we've been working on those since the program opened back in 21, and continue to do them. And in fact, and then working with CORE, one of their staff was on site today updating 2 of those vulnerability indexes for some folks to get them housing packets. So that's been an ongoing process. That was one of our contract objectives, was to get everyone assessed. And that has happened. It didn't happen all at the beginning. It's happened throughout the course of our time there, but it has happened for every single participant.
Do you have other questions, Councilmember Martinez?
Yes, I think my question was partially answered. So the assessment started in 2021. So what sort of services did the individuals who were assessed in 2021, what sort of services did they get, and what was the outcome?
So the VI SPDAT is, from my understanding, is directly related to permanent supportive housing opportunities. And it's based on scores. And I don't exactly know how the scoring works, but I believe if you're in the score like 15 to 16, that makes you, it puts you as a high priority for permanent supportive housing referral. Scores below that are less likely to get those referrals because there are so few permanent supportive housing openings. And so to date, there were some folks who received housing through the county. There were also folks everyone has received referral to shelter at various times throughout the program's existence. And then there are 2 folks currently at Ryden who are completing housing packets right now for VI SPDAT qualified housing opportunities. There's no guarantee that they'll get them, but they're in the process. And they would have shelter beds available to them in the meantime. Being in the shelter would not stop their process for getting into the housing.
All right, and there was some residents who complained about not being able to see the contract that they would need to sign in order to receive some of the funds. Is that correct? And if so, why not? And if not, I would imagine that the residents have been able to see the contracts that they need to sign at this point.
So there is no contract. There is a housing agreement, and that so if someone is choosing through their transition plan to move in with a friend or family member, we work collaborating in HCB work with those individuals. We're calling them sponsors to determine first if it's a feasible plan, and then we get them into an agreement for that they are going to agree to a certain amount of financial assistance from the program, from the transition funds, before we would allocate the funds. And then we attach those housing agreements to the transition plan, and the working group reviews those. So that's the only there is no other contract. The only other paperwork that would be in play is simply a W-9 tax form that is required for anyone that we're going to write a check to.
Okay, so then there are no contracts, there are no documents for the residents to look at to help them figure out what their options are. Is that correct?
Correct. Because the options are, these are flexible funds. The options are brought in collaboration with the resident. The resident's bringing these ideas and these opportunities.
If I may, Councilmember Vice Mayor Martinez, Darren. So for example, I'm looking at a document now, and from my assessment, the average award is suggested is about $8,300. At the top of the document, it states funds request. It has the transition plan destination. How much does it cost? Is there transportation needed? Truck rental, plane ticket, gas, hotel for temporarily, the nightly rate, car, RV, trailer repairs, family friend assistance. Is written assistance required? Is there a deposit? Is storage necessary? So this is all the information that goes into the plan.
That is the plan. Yeah.
Yeah, that goes into the plan. And then attached to that is a W-9 because it has to be noted that these funds are provided to the person. And then there's a transition plan housing agreement.
Yep.
And so what I have 16 of these. Jesus is determining if they're completed. 13 of these folks appear to be wanting to stay in California, of which 4 in San Pablo, 3 in Richmond, 2 in Antioch. And then we have 1 person in Texas, Utah, and Arizona thus far. That's what I've been able to ascertain based on my review of the information.
Okay, so then all residents have been able to see this form and have been able to fill it out.
There's signatures on some of them.
I know, but that's not my question. I'm not asking if they've been signed. I'm asking whether or not all of the residents, if all the residents have had the ability to look over these forms and to fill it out themselves to the best of their ability, and then ask for assistance.
So the transition plan that the city manager just reviewed is currently it's a spreadsheet. So we work on it with them on our computers using the information that they're providing. There is no paper, version of this that we're handing out to folks to complete. And the reason for that is that it's a spreadsheet that has calculations, and as we enter the data, it all, the functions kick in, and we get our final approved amount. We never intended to actually have like an application form. This is a transition plan that we are working collaboratively with each of the residents on. For those folks who may claim that they don't have one of these, it's because they have decided not to work with us on the transition plan. And that's all I can say about that.
Okay, would it be possible to create a form that they could look at, and then once
sure, yeah, we can actually print the existing form and give it to them, but they're going to have to work with us to actually fill it out.
That's understood, but people think different ways, and I for one need to have paper in front of me so I can read it and understand it. If it's just talk, I have no idea what I agreed to or what I didn't agree to in the conversation later on. But if I have a piece of paper and I see that I checked this and I checked that, then I can hold myself accountable.
Right. Well, once it's completed, then they will get they actually get a paper version to sign. So everything is transparent through the process.
Right. Everything's transparent at the end of the process, not necessarily through the process. Like I said, if it's not written down, I forget what a lot of things that I say.
Okay, can we move on to some other people have questions here?
Well, yes, we can move on, but I wanted to ask one more question, and that is moving forward. I hope it's possible, and for the city council to be apprised of motion forward every other day, because this is such a short timeline, and it's important for us to keep tabs on it. And I want to apologize to all my constituents for not being on top of this and for not knowing where we were throughout the entire process, because if I had have known, we would have been a lot further along than we are today. Thank you.
Okay, yes. Councilmember Johnson, go ahead.
Yeah, first, I just wanted to agree with Chrissy in her statement that everyone has been working extremely hard. I don't think any of the major players, whether that be the city, the county, HCEB, collaborating, has any malicious intent towards achieving this goal. I just, correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like a lot of wires got crossed, and now we're at a point where we're getting on the same page. But with that, I have no problem extending or having HCEB distribute the funds, but it is from my understanding, and even in the presentation, Lena, you mentioned that HCEB are looking to leave by the end of this month. So I guess my first question is to Darren, if we were to extend, will HCEB be around to provide the services? And the second part is, if not, what is the county and the city's ability to kind of increase their footprint to make up for HCEB not being around? If this passes, who's going to handle it?
So HCB is currently all of our operations on Ryden Road have been noticed to end. So that's the mobile office, the portable comfort stations, security, and our staff member, we have one staff member assigned to this program, is assigned to another program effective October 1st. And we've been putting off that assignment for a while now because of the extensions. And I can't put it off any longer. The other program is also in need of capacity. We have committed to providing our continued administrative and financial support so that we can continue to disperse funds past 9:30. So that, and that said, I think what would be what we think would be the best option is that for the folks who are still at Ryden on 9:30, that those who are willing to go to shelter take that option so we can stay engaged and work with them there while not having to maintain the physical operations at Ryden Road.
So
Sorry,
right.
go ahead.
So, I'm a very direct person, Mr. Lowndes. So you will only be able to disperse the funds. If we were to extend this contract, you would not have the staff to be on site. And if you were to work with future unhoused residents, it would have to be from their participation in the shelter program, correct?
Well, not necessarily. We could support them wherever they are. That was just one suggestion.
Okay, so thank you for that. And then part two of my question, Christy and staff, with that, are we able to increase our role from the city and county side so there could be a physical presence on Ryden Road?
The county doesn't have the ability to be present 24/7. It's just not something that CORE is able to do. Our CORE team is shared with San Pablo, and so they do have to be out there. We can continue to pull in from our other West County team, our other teams, but we can't, unfortunately, we just don't have the staff power to commit to a 24/7 support that the folks need.
I appreciate your honesty, and now that leads me to the last person on my list, Ms. Velasco and Ms. Curl. What are we going to do? What's the plan?
I mean, I think it's a similar issue with our staffing. I mean, if we need to have dedicated staff on site, it takes away from other work staff has to do. And as the council is fully aware, we're understaffed already. I mean, people are wearing multiple hats, doing multiple work. So it will just take from other things that we should be doing and are doing.
And to follow up, because you had in your presentation that this may very well be a possibility that neither HCEB or the county would be able to step up. So I'm wondering, Councilman McLaughlin had made mention of SOS earlier. I was wondering, have we reached out to them, as well as I know Way to Love is also doing work on Castro. Have we done any preliminary work with the knowledge that we had coming into today's meeting to make sure that those services can be provided to Ryden Road?
I have not spoken to SOS and Way to Love. I mean, I think this is where the council direction is needed. And we would need some additional support, and that would help direct us for how long it's needed. And so I don't know, Shasa, if you have anything additional to add.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. I think that's a good question. Before I answer, I wanted to clear up a few things. First, I want to state and acknowledge that myself nor Chief French have requested or authorized any member of the Richmond Police Department to remove anyone from Ryden Road. And I think that's really important that we acknowledge that. I think, as Christy said, this is a very complex situation and we're trying to act with grace. And I want to acknowledge that this is impacting not only the Ryden Road residents, but the community at large and city staff from across the organization. SEIU, members 1021, 188 and fire, police, mid and executive management, everyone is involved with addressing the situation with the unhoused, and it's very complicated. We have 554 staff members and our capacity is limited. And so I want to remind the council that while we were concurrently moving forward with this work, we also issued $154 million in pension obligation funds. We're trying to finalize our state audit. We've got 3 major development projects that we're trying to modify, and a host of other activities like MOU negotiations and class and compensation implementation that take an inordinate amount of time.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Johnson. I just wanted to share that because we don't have.
I'm sorry. I have a lot of respect for you, but at a certain point, when I start feeling gaslit, I have to step in.
I said no. We don't have capacity.
We most definitely understand everything that city staff has to do. I appreciate you running down that laundry list. As I said before, I don't think there was any malicious intent coming from city staff. What I'm worried about is, and what I'm most focused on is how do we take care of these, take care of these unhoused people, because while we have all of this going on, they don't have a home to sleep in. And so they, like a lot of people, when that's the foremost problem at the front of their mind, they don't want to hear all of these other things about pension obligation bonds and housing developments. And I know that they're super important to us. And these are things that we have to do as a municipality and as a municipal corporation. But at the same time, with this sunset coming with like, I know we're not going to like remove anybody. Like you mentioned that we're working with the police department to not do any of that. But my main point in asking the questions that I was asking is, if this item is to pass tonight, who's going to carry out the work? Because the people who need these services, they don't have time. Once again, folks did a whole press conference highlighting the urgency that they have and the need that they have. So for me, it's who's going to carry it out. We can pass it all day and night. We can say we're going to give. I'm not even going to throw out a number because I don't want nobody to quote me on it on the morning news. But we can say we're going to do all of these great things, but who's going to do them? We just heard HCEB, county, and the city say that they don't have the capacity to do it. When people wake up in the morning, they're going to want to know, who can I call and what's going to be the process? And that's something that we as council members, that's what we're going to need to understand as well when we're answering these questions. So that is the only thing that I need answered at this point. I appreciate all of the background information and all of the context, but I am a very direct person, and I appreciate very direct answers.
Jesus Gabino and the core team. It's going to be the process that it has been, and I would advise at this juncture that as the county and core team and city staff, and if the nonprofit local service providers cannot be there after the 30th, then we need to move forward with the 30th as the deadline. We also need everyone to submit a transition plan. We can't help people if they don't submit a transition plan, because that's how we help provide services.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I'm done. Thank you. And thank you again, City Manager. Thank you for your answer. Once again, all due love and respect.
Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do appreciate Councilman Johnson requesting direct answers. My question, several. I'd like to know what has been the total cost for the Reimagining Road, and where is the money coming from?
Nikki, do you want to answer that, or Lena?
I would have to defer to Lena for the total cost.
Yeah, so the total contract right now for HCEB represents $964,958. Not all of that has been expended, and we will acknowledge too that some of those costs were deferred through a HEAP grant that was given to the city for $260,000 from Contra Costa County. A portion of those funds have come from the Reimagining public safety work, as well as in lieu fees, housing affordability fees. So, but that's about the amount of money we have, but it has not all been expended. Right now, we've spent $693,000. So there's a little bit over $271,000 available, which is mostly the flex funds disbursements.
but that doesn't include staff time and equipment.
That's correct.
Okay, several months ago, I made what I thought was a simple request. And that was for the city to determine the number of city residents that were on Ryden Road. This could have been accomplished through the driver's license, the registration of the vehicle, perhaps letters of addresses and etc. Prior to that time, Berkeley closed down its operation and so did Oakland. And we had another influx of individuals that not only came into Ryden, but also into Castro. And the question is, I'm very supportive of our Richmond residents, but why did we not evaluate and determine Richmond residents as opposed to San Francisco, Oakland, and Berkeley residents?
So I am going to ask Leah or Darren, but Councilmember Bates, that's definitely was part of the assessments. Where did people lose their housing? And I can't recall the exact percentage, and so I don't know if Leah or Darren has that, but I want to say it was more than 80% of the
Yes.
folks.
And I'm trying to get that exact number, but that's my recollection as well, Lena.
But the majority lost their housing here in Richmond. They may not have been born here, but they lost their housing here.
What's your verification to support that?
It was through our assessments that we did with each of the participants.
So if they said
Self-report.
if they said they came from Richmond, that was it. No verification of driver's license, no verification of previous addresses, no verification of registration vehicles, no verification, just that word.
Well, I think the challenge, Councilmember Bates, is not everybody who's unhoused has that type of driver's license. The registrations may not be in there. And that was part of the challenge we presented to
Even
the council.
SSI, Social Security, that would tell you something.
Not everybody is
A lot of them are getting
receiving
checks.
Social Security. So, I mean, I think, there is a little bit of having to take somebody's word for it. And where we can verify, we've tried, but it is a difficult.
Okay, well, my last question has to do with, as you proceed with Ryden Road, what's going to happen to Castro? There's a large number of residents in Castro. Many of them are people of color, unlike a lot of them on Ryden Road. Now, how are you going to differentiate and discriminate between one and the other?
Well, the good news is staff was successful in getting an encampment resolution grant. So the staff was able to bring $4.8 million to support those residents. And the council approved a contract recently with Way to Love. And so they've been on the ground since mid-August and have been working successfully with core team out there. And we've actually rehoused several residents already without any flex funds. Some were relocated to Delta Landing, working with the county core team. So we are certainly focused on that effort as well. But luckily we're bringing in outside state dollars to support that work.
Well, if you got 4.some million, as you indicated, why not use a portion of that for the Ryden Road?
It's a restriction with the grant funds. The grant funds were only allowed to be earmarked for one encampment. And so at the time that we applied, we were in the process of sunsetting Ryden. And so Castro was the selected site we applied for.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Jimenez, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Thank you, everybody, for getting all the data together. I think one of the question is about, we know that there are 6 people that don't have the plan. We receive an email about kind of like the status of each of them. My question is, if like there is a resident that is in some health conditions, that so I just wanted to know how like a child, like what are you thinking about for that particular situation where it doesn't have a plan, but it has some health conditions that we know that we need, that person will have to have more kind of like support to get to the finish line, or just to, at least to get with services.
Yeah, and I know, I guess I just want to acknowledge the providers, Leah, Darren, and Rachel, and Ramon have been reaching out to all resources. So all county staff, we were able to be introduced to several at behavioral health as well as healthcare for the homeless, and so are looking at all options. But I know, Leah, you've been doing some direct outreach with staff at the county to see if we can get somebody into get some sort of supportive, but I believe the shelters too will do that connection and provide some of the healthcare needs of the unhoused. So Leah or Darren, I don't know if you want to elaborate more.
Go ahead, Leah, if you want to talk about some of your efforts in placement, and then I'll say something about the funds.
Sure. Good evening, City Council. Yes, it's definitely been a very challenging and overwhelming process to the residents because they are so uncertain of where they're going to go. I would say that of the 6 people who don't have a plan, we are particularly concerned about 2. There's one resident who we believe is medically fragile, and we have reached out to people in the county to see if perhaps they can help. And there is another resident with severe mental health challenges, and a lot of times she is not coherent. So although there are 6 people without plans, we do believe there are possibilities for these people. Some of them have chosen to not participate, in the process. Some of them simply are kind of like a deer in the headlights. So again, I'm mainly concerned about 2 folks, and we're hoping that the county will be able to assist. But I have personally, along with my team, of course, which is Rachel and Ramon, we have narratives. We keep a running narrative on what's been done with each resident. We, as you saw, we're assigned certain residents that we're directly working with. So yeah, it's a difficult situation, but I do believe that we can get through it. We just need more resources, and for these folks, it's particularly challenging.
And on the resource side, as mentioned before, HCV can stay engaged with having disbursement of the flex funds, so that if some of these folks go into, if they go to shelter, they go to board and care, they go wherever their destination is, their funds, we're taking great pains to make sure that there are funds left over for the folks who maybe get to this process a little late, because we want to make sure that people have resources available to address whatever transition they end up adopting.
So my question is about some of these, like the 2 people will need, like, do you think like a shelter and SROs will work for them?
No, I do not. One resident has difficulty walking. She uses a wheelchair. She can scoot about in her wheelchair, and she can use her wheelchair as a walker. but she definitely has issues with ambulation. And the other resident, again, has schizophrenia, and sometimes she is coherent and sometimes she is not. I know that I have spoken to core staff who suggested that they might reach out to Adult Protective Services for that resident that has schizophrenia.
So what are the county services for these two individuals? It's just two individuals here that we are talking about. What are the services that we can get so we can have a successful sunset without feeling that we are kicking people out there? And it's two individuals that we are talking about here that had these conditions. So Christy.
Yeah, it's not an easy question to answer. I will say we have had our clinical team out on site also doing assessments. You know, we had an example of someone in a totally different place where we ended up having to call APS. The person had to be 52-50'd due to their dementia and schizophrenia in order to be placed. I'm not saying that this is the case for this resident at Write-In, but I think it's the example of what our team does when they are on the ground doing the assessment. So I don't want to say this is exactly what has to happen. I haven't spoken to my clinical team about this one individual, and so I will need to do that. But we pull in healthcare for the homeless, we pull in behavioral health, and that team together makes the best decision for that resident in that moment. Doesn't mean it's going to be what we all want. It may not be what that person wants, or it may not be what they choose to accept, because a lot of times that's what it comes down to. However, again, please be assured that all of our teams are working overtime right now to pull together to give them the best service. Doesn't mean it's going to be the best service that every single person on this call would want to see.
So are you committing that we will have these services from the county for these two and some potential other individuals that are going to be there without the plan?
Yeah, what I'm committing to is that the team that has already been working with Leah and Darren's team to be on the ground every day, making the best assessment at the time. This is not the forum for us to be saying what is best for that one person in that moment. It is for the team on the ground in that moment to be making that assessment. So I want to leave that to the experts to be doing, and I fully trust they will be making the best referrals and resources, but we absolutely commit to the teams being there and offering that support.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say last thing is we know, and we are seeing it here, we know that the services that the county offer are not enough. If not, Christy will say, absolutely, we will put these people right now. We have these A, B, and C. I am not seeing that. Like, I am not hearing that, right? So, and because we recognize that, and the council recognize that, we added additional funds for this transition, for making it easier for the staff and the providers who are doing this work easier, and to have a transition successfully. Unfortunately, we have a process that sometimes is part of the bureaucracy, right? That doesn't allow things to move as quickly as possible. So now we are here, and I think what we need to do is that the plans, I hear that 13 to almost 13 plans are there, and I saw like several steps to approve that plan, which I don't know why, but is the plan that you are suggesting. But it needs to be expedited. I think the city cannot withhold more longer the resources, and so I agree that we had to have after the plans are submitted, 48 hours in which the plans are approved and the resources released. And then you are asking for some direction about the 50K flex fund. I think like option 1 is okay, with the additional part on how we use and release the 200K is to make sure that we expedite this process so the money can flow to the people with the transitional plans that has been already been on the work, and I hope that will be submitted tomorrow. And in addition, I agree with Vice Mayor Martinez to have every 2 days some report to the City Council about how they process it with numbers. Thank you.
I had a few questions. The first one is to staff. The last point in time count was earlier this year. Do you recall how many unhoused people that count found were in Richmond?
I believe we were in the 900 range. Christy, is that right for Richmond?
It doubled is what I recall was the key.
Well, you're both wrong. It was 632.
Oh.
But did it double? What was the number before, Mayor?
I'm sorry, what?
I said, what was the number before? Didn't it double?
Yeah, it doubled. It was about 300 and something the last time it was taken, but there was a 2-year hiatus because of COVID. But the one this year showed 632 unhoused people in Richmond. So the second question I have is how many unhoused people are currently at Ryden and Castro? Now, you don't have to answer the first one because we already heard there are 28 at Ryden. How many are at Castro?
I don't have that count in front of me. Jesus, do you know? Have we gotten that from Way to Love?
We've had a couple of different counts. I would tell you that it's ranged from around 102 to something slightly less than that. And that's because we've had some people come and go. Some people have left permanently. Some people left and came back. So it's the number that fluctuates, but it's roughly around 100.
Okay, so around 100. And then the third question I have, you talked about getting W-9s from people who are recipients of money under the Ryden program. Is the plan to give these people cash?
So people that receive, anyone we get a W-9 for will be receiving a check made out to the name on the W-9.
Well, I don't understand. You're going to give them a check, and then what are they going to do with the check? Cash it?
The check is going to the individual. So if someone has an arrangement to rent a room from somebody, and the check is going to the person that is renting the room to the Ryden resident. If they've got DMV fees and things like that, we make the check out to
that
DMV.
person be the one to provide a W-9?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That person provides the W-9, and that's who we make the check out to.
So are all of the distributions to the Ryden Rose residents going to actually be checks made out to somebody else, or are they getting cash?
So depending on the outcome of the vote this evening, the plan is for the original $50,000 that was approved by council last year will be allocated equally across 29 persons. Those checks and or gift cards will go directly to the individuals at Ryden Road. The $200,000 of transition plan flex funds are linked to the transition plan. So the funds go to whatever or to whomever is providing that transition. So
So they'll each get about $1,800 cash, no strings attached, right?
Yeah, that's the plan as of right now.
So,
Okay.
Mayor, but the item before you this evening, the reason I put this on is so that the city council can have clarity and provide direction regarding the 50,000, because obviously this commenced when I was not the city manager. And so I wanted to make sure we follow proper procurement and clear policy direction regarding all expenditures.
Okay, I see more council members with hands up, but I'd like to go to the public speakers and bring this back. We've been at this a long time. Is that okay? Anybody gonna object to that? So let's transition to the public speakers, then we'll come back and have speeches by council members.
We do have public speakers. Right now, we have 4.
Okay,
Okay, I have Mark Wasberg, A.M. Jenkins, Jesse Teran, and Deborah Bear. Mark Wasberg, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
These people have been parked there illegally for a year or two. They don't want to go out and work. I mean, they could go to McDonald's, they could go to Kentucky Fried Chicken. They didn't even want to go up to the job fair they had up in Hilltop about 2-3 weeks ago when Nara was putting it on. These people, I mean, how did those motorhomes get down there in the first place? That's what I like to know. Did they just push them down there? They just fly? These people are not going to go out and work. That's the bottom line. And this is what's happening. I mean, this thing sounds so stupid. You people don't even have a plan. These people, most of them put their own selves in this situation. I mean, this is where your tax money is going to, people. This is where your hard-earned worker money is going to. And it's the city council that letting these people do it. This riding road should be cleaned up as soon as they started parking there illegally. I don't know what's wrong with the Richmond PD. They should have jumped on it in a heartbeat, or else you wouldn't have these problems. I say just load them up in a bus, take them to San Francisco, or take them to Oakland, or take them to Los Angeles, and just go ahead and dump them off at some type of homeless refugee camp or homeless shelters. Because after that $2,000 are gone, you know they're just going to go blow it. They're going to blow it on drugs and partying and all this other stuff. And you cannot stop them from coming back. You can stop them their vehicles from coming back there, but you can't stop the individual going anywhere in the city. They have every constitutional right to go where they want. This is so stupid. You just wait till that city bank opens. You think this is bad? You wait till that city bank opens. It's going to be worse.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is A.M. Jenkins. A.M., you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, City Council. So there has never been over 76 people living at Castro at any one time, but no one would know that other than me because I'm the only one that ever took account, being that I am the founder of Castro, and that CORE and HCB, or the old HCB, not Rachel, but when Danny was here, they just signed up anybody who was here visiting at any one time. They never asked me, do these people really live here? There's people that visit here that think they're going to get housing or something, so they put their name on a list. That doesn't really mean that they live here. There's never really been over 76 people living here at one time, nor is there now. So adding Ride and Road to Castro and letting them get a part of that grant makes perfect sense to me. Also, Mr. Bates. In January, I was moved to the Marriott, and I was told that I was going to get housing through the Marriott. And on April 30th, I was evicted from the Marriott because the program was ending, and I was told that I would have a Section 8 voucher. It is now September, almost September 30th, and I am a Ride and Road resident. I've been at Ride and Road since April 30th when I left the Marriott. I have not received housing. 2 weeks ago, CORE told me that they were only waiting for my son's Social Security card to come in the mail, and then they would have a unit. They had a unit for me. However, my son's Social Security card was delivered to the Marriott May 12th, according to Social Security, when I went there to get the second one 2 weeks ago. Now I told CORE that in 5 days I would have the Social Security card, and I was just informed by the city about last Friday that CORE doesn't have a unit for me, and they don't know when they will. So there went my transition plan. I don't know what my transition plan is now, other than to go back to where I came from, and that's Castro. I don't know how in 10 days the city expects us to have enough time to do anything. We don't have enough time to do anything or make any type of transition plan. Not only that, but we were told that they were going to make a transition plan for us at the beginning of all this, that they were going to help us get housing. They didn't help us do shit.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Jesse Teran. Jesse, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, so first of all, let me just point out that when the city uses the term sunsetting for the evictions that are scheduled to take place at the Ryden Road encampment, they do that because by using that term, they don't have to go through court in order to evict us. They can say sunsetting and it's not a legally charged term. They don't have to go through a judge. Second of all, no location, no alternative location has ever been provided. And this is something that the Richmond City Council has been promising up and down for the last 2 years, that we would not be evicted until an alternate safe parking site was found, and that you have never done that. Okay, so thirdly, a lot of when people are told that we're being provided with alternative housing, this alternative housing usually is outside of Richmond city limits. If we agree to accept any option that's outside of Richmond city limits, we stop being a Richmond resident, and we stop, there's no option for benefits or coverage of any kind, and we won't be residents of the other city either, because we will not have established residency. So what Richmond will be doing is just pushing us off onto other cities if we agree to enter into shelters there. Thirdly, I want to point out that I am housed. I am happily housed. My bus has solar panels on the roof. I charge everyone's phone. I've got water tanks. I've got insulation. I've got heating. It's Richmond that's trying to take my house away from me. All I'm asking is a safe parking site. That wouldn't cost the city anything. I don't want to be separated from my dogs. I don't want to be separated from my partner.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Deborah Bear. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
I'm glad the last 2 women spoke about their experiences in the camp and the kind of help that the city has been trying to get to them, because it does seem like there's a split in reality, the way that the people who are residents of Ryden see the situation and the way that the staff that we've been paying, and I know are working hard, see the situation. It's like it doesn't fit, two halves that don't fit. And I would like to know, we have spent in the last year and a half $1 million to HBEC. And I would like an accounting of what they've actually been doing and how much it costs to do that, because that's a tremendous amount of money. I think about, what if you just split that money among all the homeless people in Richmond and just gave it to them? It might have done them better. And finally, this whole transition plan stuff, it's not a plan, it's a plan to a shelter. You don't have to plan to go to a shelter. It's a plan, I guess, for some people to drive their car someplace else, but they won't give you any money unless you agree not to park your bus on the streets of Richmond, which is a very odd thing. I don't even know how that could be legal, but that's part of, as far as I know, that's part of the form that they sign with the city. And then not even paying people the dignity of giving them cash, but paying it to another party as if they're children and that person is their custodian. That's weird.
Time has expired. The next speaker is Sandy Hill. Sandy, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, I just wanted to address that
I bought an RV because I thought I was saving money. I had no problem moving my RV around and not camping at any particular site. But I was told by the Richmond Police Department to go to Ryden Road. Then I was told to stay on Ryden Road during the pandemic. And for one, I have a job, and many people on this street have a job. And none of us would really be here if we weren't made promise to. You know, rats have eaten our homes. Rats have eaten our cars. They made us sick. I have a friend who is, her RV is rat infested, and it's making her ill. And nobody wants to do anything. Nobody's addressing that. Nobody's addressing the stuff that we go through. Just because people bring stolen cars to this street doesn't mean that it's coming from us. You know, just because crime's happening and people are navigating this way does not mean it's Richmond Ryden Road residents. I want to see the list of the police calls that actually came from Ryden Road residents, or that what kind of police calls do they get for health? Yeah, because most homeless people are sick. So yeah, they got calls for ambulances or whatever. There is nobody out here. Security is a joke. Security is a joke. They want to, you know, bring their own drug dealing things over here, and they're women. I don't even ever see anybody here helping us. HCEB is never here. She's out remodeling her house with all the money she's getting paid. You know, so where are the people helping us? There's nobody out here helping us right this second. There's nobody out here. Nobody's doing anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jesse Toberman. Jesse, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello. Yes, I just wanted to touch bases on the W-9 form. I just want to say that I've tried to reach out to my close and personal friend for over 25, 30 years, and now he won't even return a phone call or anything because I'm asking him for his personal information. I reached out to another person who I've known for about 20 years. He also will not respond to my plea and requests. He won't return any phone call, text, or nothing. I don't know what else to do. I was asking if I could get a 1099 form for me. I mean, I don't see why not. I mean, if I'm supposed to be held accountable for the money, why can't I get the money? Why can't I disperse it the way I need to do it and give it to the person who I want to when I'm going to go move up there? I mean, that's just all I want to know. Can we figure this out without having to get third and fourth parties involved because of, you know, litigations with lawyers and stuff? This is getting out of hand, and you're bringing other people into this that don't need to be brought into this. And I don't understand. If you're trying to resolve the situation from the people on the street, resolve it with us instead of bringing other people into this situation. Okay, that's not fair to anybody. All right, think about that. All right, thanks.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, we'll bring this back to council members, and I think in the interest of time, I'd like to encourage each of you to make a statement on where you think we ought to go, and then we'll have a motion. So why don't we'll start with the vice mayor. Go ahead.
Yeah. What we're voting on is not about helping residents. It's not about solving the homeless issue. It's about moving the residents off of Ryden Road. Some of the solutions that we found does not solve homelessness. When someone moves into the couch of a relative's house, that doesn't solve homelessness. You're still counted as a homeless person. So I think we need to be honest with ourselves about what we're doing here. What we're doing is trying to clean up Ryden Road by moving the individuals, the community who lives there. And so it's difficult to vote on it because I have no idea what will happen to the residents who aren't ready to leave by the end of the eviction date. If they're not ready to leave, do we pick them up and move them somewhere? And if so, where do we move them to? Or do we just move their stuff and leave them stranded there by themselves? And do they not get money because they weren't ready? So there's a lot of questions that need to be answered before we know how to move forward.
Okay, Councilmember McLaughlin, go ahead.
So I just want to clarify something that came up in the course of this discussion, and I believe it was in one of your e-forums as well, Mr. Mayor. You're assuming that all the money that has been dispensed for the homeless was for Ryden Road, and that's not true. HCEB's contract was for both Ryden and Castro. There was work on assessments done at both places, as I think you heard Darren say, but I know I've had that conversation with him. The SOS, the Rebuilding Together / SOS contract is for the whole citywide issues of homelessness. Their contract is for various tasks like, trash and dumping cleanup and mobile showers, mobile amenities, develop workforce and leaders from the unhoused, problem solving, engage locally for safety, and seeking the established of sanctioned safe spaces. So their contract is not just for Ryden, and that contract is going on for another couple of months. So they could easily be approached to help out if needed for an extension. So I wanted to put that out there so it's not the false information about all this money was just for these 28 individuals at Ryden. It is not the case. I already stated my position, which remains the same, and I'm happy to make a motion at the appropriate time. I could just give you the points right now if you'd like. Approve a 6th contract amendment and appropriate the $50,000 to HCEB in one lump sum through the HCEB process. This is option 1. Additionally, extend the sunset date deadline if needed into October, but no later than October 21st, only for those who need it, have special circumstances. Also continue the porta potties contract, take it over from HCEB, and keep engaging with the county. And I'll state this later. I know, Mr. Mayor, you wanted all the council members to weigh in, but the final statement will be that having staff approve transition plans within 48 hours. So again, my biggest concern is that there isn't enough time with all these W-9s and these agreements. And I mean, I believe at this point, I'm hearing from staff, from the county, from the providers, that things are stepping up. And I'm really glad to hear that. I just wish they would have stepped up earlier, and then we wouldn't have been at this end of the line deadline close to 10 days away. What was the deadline? So again, that deadline can continue, but for those who need a little extra time, I'm hopeful that we can provide that extension. And I'd be perfectly happy to reach out to SOS to see if they could help. The county said they would be able to help, not 24/7, but they will be engaged. And it sounds like city staff has an interdepartment team now engaging with the needs, the transitional plans, et cetera. I'll stop.
Is that your motion?
If you want me to make the motion, I want to make it concise.
Well, why don't you make the motion?
Okay. Approve, there's 4 points to my motion. Approve a 6th contract amendment and appropriate $50,000 to HCEB in one lump sum as stated in option 1. Number 2, extend the sunset deadline if needed into October, but no later than October 21st for those who may have a legitimate reason and need some special attention before they can leave. 3, continue the contract for porta potties at Riden if needed, and keep engaging with the county. And 4, have staff approve transition plans within 48 hours after they receive them, with the understanding that residents need to leave as soon as their funds for their transition plans are put in motion.
Okay, we'll continue letting
Second
people
that.
talk. What, okay, okay, so second by Willis, and I see, did you want to speak on this, Councilmember Willis, or just second it?
I was going to make a statement, but there were a couple people that raised their hands before me.
Well, I've got Councilmember Bates. You want to go ahead?
Well, as well intended as the council, I think, and the staff are, this is a piecemeal approach to a very serious problem. And I say this indicating that there is no comprehensive plan of how you're going to deal with the homeless population in the city. There's no assurance that once you remove them from Riden Road, that another group don't come in. There's no assurance that if you, even if they don't come in, that others don't relocate in the Marina Bay, the South Side, and other parts of this city. And until we come forward with a program that is comprehensive and will cover all of those areas, we're just shifting homeless from one area of the city to the other one. And this council need to fish or cut bait. I don't understand how Hercules, Pinole, and a few other surrounding communities don't have the problem that we have. I'll tell you, primarily because they have the guts to do what is necessary to protect our city, and we do not have the same intestinal fortitude. You need a comprehensive program that protects this city. And I guarantee you, if you're not going to come with a protected program, people are going to continue to come from out of the city, from San Francisco, Oakland, wherever, because Richmond is a haven. You're weak, and you're not being strong enough to establish rules and regulations that protect this community. And I can't vote for it until you do so with a comprehensive program. Sure, I can see maybe providing the funds for this group, but there's no assurance that another group don't come right back in Riden and Riden and elsewhere. So you don't have a plan, and you just, I guess, not together and don't know what to do. And staff has the responsibility to come back and stop placating council members and their particular desires. Be strong and protect this city and come back with a program that does exactly that. That's my comment. Thank you.
Councilmember Willis, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to keep this brief. Wow, this has been one hell of a conversation. But first of all, I want to just, actually thank staff for trying to work this out. I know there's been plenty of hiccups along the way, but as Rick Velasco said and our city manager has said after they introduced the list of staff members that are actually working on this, a lot of these folks, they're working on other projects that are within their boundaries of their contract of when they signed up for the city. The city of Richmond has never had a homeless department, but unfortunately we've had homeless individuals. And rather be like other cities or Caltrans, where I see sweeps in communities where they're pretty much tearing down tents towing vehicle ways or shooing people away. I've seen the council and staff share compassion for the situation, knowing that we don't actually have enough resources to adequately address the situation, but still trying to come up with strategies with what we got to do something rather than just leaving people hanging out to dry. I don't know what being strong actually looks like, because if it's kicking a bunch of people out and criminalizing them for being homeless, that's not something I want to be a part of personally. I think what we have done is still going to be a learning process as we continue to work with service providers and the county to try to, and the state, to get more resources to try to address homelessness and not criminalize it. But it is not an easy task. Even when we were trying to find, we done scatter home site ordinances, we tried to identify sites where we thought were pretty much out of the way. I know from Brickyard Cove to our own city council plaza parking lot, to some places on the south side, to North Richmond, to Belding Woods, to Point Richmond. We looked all over the place, staff trying to figure out where's a good place to have a safe park. And unfortunately, there are residents in those areas that are not fans of the idea, because they look at homelessness as a stigma and something that's going to put them in danger, rather than your fellow man and human beings. I'm trying to figure this out without pissing everybody off, but it's kind of almost an impossible situation, which is why I'm going forward with the motion, trying to balance out the resources that we actually have, the services we need to provide throughout the entire city, but showing that compassion for people that are on their last leg, dealing with stress. And I also do want to apologize in conclusion for y'all. If this is a true email, which I'm not surprised if it is, but if the mayor actually did send out our addresses as a list of potential safe sites, that is not true leadership. I'm sorry. That's really playing with your emotions while you're in a very delicate situation. I want to at least apologize on behalf of the city council to y'all for that happening. So I will support the motion. This is a difficult situation, but I know it's going to be an ongoing conversation, because homelessness doesn't just end at Ryden Road. It's all over the city of Richmond. It's all over the region, the Bay Area, and the state of California, which has some of the highest homeless populations in the entire nation. So that's why I'm supporting this motion, and thank you for the time.
Okay, I'll make a statement, and I hope we can take a vote. I don't see any other council. Well, okay, go ahead, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. I think like we are we are trying here is trying to give more clear direction that allows, and we hope that the money that we had already approved get really dispersed. It's not okay that we give direction like what we did here last time was because you already see, like you witnessed that county services are not enough. We had 2 people that need some extra services, and we cannot commit the county to say, yes, tomorrow we have this for them. So we understand that, we understood that, and this is why we put some extra resources. And extra resources because we want to treat people with dignity. And we understand, like, people, it's not that people want to be homeless. It's not that people, this is the preference for them to be homeless. They are in different situations. And yes, there are some people that have substance abuse issues, but this is also a thing that we need to be sensitive about. So we cannot treat people like they are disposable. And this is what we are trying to do here. It's not easy because the idea, like, and you saw it, even with the Housing First initiative that the mayor had, and he got some money, it was difficult to put people there. He thought that, oh, we had the money, we can get this problem resolved right there. And then he found out that actually it's more difficult than we thought. This is why we had been advocating for different legislation to make sure that people don't have more barriers to access housing, because the barriers are real, especially for Black and Brown communities. So what we are trying to do here is trying to say, okay, we understand that there is this encampment is not only an encampment that like people should not be living there, and it's also, we understand that it's also affecting some other residents. But what we want to do here is to have compassion and have a good way to really sunset and provide services. People don't decide to be homeless. People don't decide to be homeless. But there is this problem, and it's not only Richmond problem. It's a Bay Area problem. And we are trying to do our best with what we have to resolve a good situation. So this is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Martinez, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, we talk about the cost to the city, and we talk about giving money to residents, and I can tell you that the cost to the city is the homeless, the houseless community is going to cost us whether they're at Ryden Road or not. It doesn't matter where they are. If it's going to cost. So it's I believe that the staff and the providers have been doing the best that they can considering the situation. And I know that Collaborizing has been phenomenal at reaching out to other resources and bringing them to the community. And you know, they enabled other organizations to keep the cost down for the city of Richmond. This is not an indictment on us as council members, or us as providers, or us as a staff. It's an indictment on the system that refuses to provide the services, that refuses to provide the money to make everyone live a reasonable, comfortable life. It's the system. I mean, it's ridiculous that we have this situation, but we do, and we have to make the best of it. I've heard people say that we need clarity. We need to provide clarity so that the houseless community knows what's happening. And I have to say, we haven't been clear. We've promised things, we've said things, and then we've changed in midstream. So that the houseless community is beginning to wonder, you know, do we trust the city? Do we trust the providers? You know, are we here on our own at just pawns in a political game? So I haven't heard what happens to residents if they cannot leave by the sunset, the removal, the eviction, whatever you want to call it, of the residents at Ryden Road. Do we get police and push them out? Do we move their articles and leave them standing there with nothing? Or do we arrest them and move them off? Whatever we do, the situation's not solved. It's just moved to some other location. So I hear the argument that we must maintain the date that we've set to provide motivation for the residents. I've heard that if they don't have that firm date, they will just, carry on business as usual and still not be ready at the next sunset date. And that's assuming that they like it there. That's assuming that inertia will be the deciding factor if something firm is not set. You know, I don't know. I don't know what works. You know, do we set a firm date and then have them go for it, and then the ones who aren't ready, you know, God bless you, but you know, tough luck. So you know, I believe in the best of everyone. I believe that there are people at Ride In Road who need extra help. They need extra assistance. And I know that we cannot give it to them because we don't have it. The county doesn't have it. So what happens to these individuals? Do we sweep them under the rug? Do we just say, you know, tough luck? Because I don't hear an answer and I need one.
Mayor Butt, would you like me to respond?
Okay, I'm gonna go to the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor Butt. So I wanted to clarify a few things. So one, our intention as staff is to provide a comprehensive plan. The item before you this evening will allow for short-term intervention measures. Attached to the staff report this evening, there's a draft RFP to implement Housing First and emergency housing programs. The intention of staff is to move forward with those contracts in an expeditious fashion, and to also enable, if the council is so inclined, to provide Ride In residents with the first opportunity to participate in Housing First. So that is our plan, that is our strategy. I also think it's important, staff, there's been a number of community members that have asked questions about what funds have been expended, where are the contracts. All of the information,
accuracy. Yeah.
all of that information,
It's not even close with that foot.
Somebody needs to mute.
all of the information is available on the community development website.
Go catch it.
And all of the contracts and expenditures to date are available on the housing intervention website under community development. And lastly, I want to indicate that staff can commit to turning around and approving plans with completed plans within 48 hours. And lastly, I also think it's important that we as city staff are leading with grace. We have family members that have suffered from addiction and that have struggled with housing insecurity. And every day we aim to be part of the solution. That's why we choose to be public servants in the city of Richmond.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a couple of amendments, additions based on the conversation that just occurred to the motion? They're very simple.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so I want to first of all clarify, and I know Lena will appreciate this, that the contract for HCEB can be extended beyond September 30th for fund dispensing. Is that pretty much, Lena, what HCEB agreed to? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, so extend the contract for fund dispensing only with HCEB. You know, that's in addition to that appropriating the 50K to them.
For 3 months, Councilmember McLaughlin, or how long? For 3 months or how long?
To extend, I don't know how long is needed. What do you think?
I think we should start with 3 months and come back with an update.
Okay, that's fine with me. All right. And then I also want to, based on what city manager just said, which I'm glad she did, thank you, that the Housing First RFP is soon to go out, and that Ride In residents that accept some temporary housing, whether it's in a shelter or an SRO or wherever with a friend, will be prioritized once those funds are available, or once the housing from those funds are available. So and then the final thing is that we get a report every 2 days from staff on where things are at. So that's 3 additional things. Extend the contract to HCEB beyond September 30th for fund dispensing only. when the housing first funds get distributed, prioritize write-in residents, and in a every 2-day report from city staff as we end write-in road.
Councilmember Willis, do you accept those amendments?
I accept those amendments.
Okay, I'm gonna,
Mayor, I'm sorry, can I request one clarification? When the council said to take over the porta potty contracts if needed, can the council consider adding appropriation of funding for that?
I would be fine. I think it's not going to be a long time, a lot of money, but I think we could take it from the reimagining funding that's left. So that's what I would suggest. I mean, I expect this to be maybe $100 or something. I don't know.
I'll do a contract, if the council's okay with it, I'll do a contract amendment with Parks and add $10,000 to it, which is what the charter allows me to expend without your authorization.
Okay, but we're talking about a few weeks with one porta potty. If I know I have fundraised for actually the Greenway, and it was for a month, and I don't recall how much it was, but it was only a few $100s, I think. But anyway, I don't recall exactly the amount.
okay, I'm gonna make a statement, and then we're gonna have a vote and pass this motion. So we've been so laser focused on Ryden Road that I think we've lost track of the big picture. As I said before, and I just went back and checked my figures. The last point in time count was 632 unhoused persons in Richmond. So if you've got 28 at Ryden and you've got 100 or so at Castro, that means that 4% of those are at Ryden and 20% are at Castro. And arguably, the people who are at Castro and Ryden, as bad as those conditions are, they're probably better off than the other 80%. The other 80% are either living in tents or they're just lying on the sidewalk. So we're doing something very interesting. We're taking basically all of our money and we're spending it on the 20% of unhoused people who are actually better off than the other 80%. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but, and the next thing is I think you ought to take a look at the numbers, do the math. This whole process is totally unsustainable. You know, including the motion that you're about to pass tonight. We've allocated and spent a lot of $6.25 million on the camps at Ryden Road and Castro. We've already spent, or at least had contracts with HCEB and Rebuilding Together for $1.5 million for those two camps. We got a grant from the state.
I just told you, Mr. Mayor, the SOS contract is for citywide, but you keep ignoring that, so I don't know what to say.
Well, I don't either. The state grant for Castro was $4.5 million, and tonight's motion has another $250,000 in it, so that's $6.25 million. If you divide that by the 28 people at Ryden and the 100 people at Castro, that comes down to about $50,000 per unhoused person. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, that's an incredible amount of money per person. And remember, the other 80% aren't getting anything. And then finally, my concern, well, finally, in my opinion, this whole thing has been an organizational and fiscal disaster. And I'm not going to blame staff for it because I think that they've done the best they can with a city council that's totally indecisive. The funds that you're about to allocate tonight are going to HCEB and Rebuilding Together, both of whom have breached contracts with the city of Richmond and have exercised no accountability for the money they've already spent. So you've heard this expression, throwing good money after bad. Well, this is a good example of it. And then finally, while I'm beating up on people, I want to beat up on Contra Costa County. I've said many times that Contra Costa County is not spending its fair share of resources on unhoused people in the city of Richmond. We have more unhoused people than per capita than the rest of the county, but the county's spreading those resources thin. They're not spending what they should spend on Richmond. What they are spending is basically ineffective. And I'm just amazed that somebody doesn't call them out and try to get the county accountable for what they're doing. So I'm not going to support any of this. I think it's all a bad idea. It's unsustainable. And with that, Madam Clerk, let's take a vote.
Councilman, we have a motion by Councilmember McLaughlin, second by Councilmember Willis. Councilmember Bates,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, and I want to say, Mayor Budd, once again, there is no money being allocated tonight. The 50,000 was already allocated. The only thing is for the porta potties. So you're wrong, and that's the way it is.
Councilmember Willis.
Lack of leadership.
Councilmember Willis.
Gonna say yes, and I know the city manager has been diligently engaged with the county around getting services, so I do at least want to clear up that misnomer too.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates and Mayor Butt voting no.
I wish we have a mayor that really engaged with the county, and instead of fighting with them, trying to work collaboratively. We haven't gotten that far because we have a mayor that decided to blame people, put the addresses of city council as a solution for homelessness. And I'm fine with
Not everybody.
Well, okay. Let's that's not on the agenda. Let's move on. Okay, the next item is item W, reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports. Does anybody have a report? Councilmember Johnson, go ahead.
Not an official report. I did want to thank everyone for coming out to Black Family Day, especially council members Bates and McLaughlin, the only two from the council that showed up. I'm side-eyeing the rest of y'all. All love still. And most definitely shout out to Reset Richmond and Michelle Milam and all of the other event organizers who helped put fantastic day together.
Okay, anyone else?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like for you to close the meeting tonight in honor and respect of my sister-in-law, Helen Jean Strickland, who passed away a few days ago. Funeral arrangements are pending. Thank you.
Okay, and I would like to adjourn the meeting in memory of Dan Tanita, T-A-N-I-T-A. Dan was a longtime dentist in the Richmond area, and he started a lot of programs providing free dental services to young people in Richmond. He started and ran a program at Paris School for many years, where he and other dentists that he brought in provided free dental care for kids at Paris School. So he was a member of my Rotary Club and president at one time for a long time, and a person who gave a lot to the Richmond community.
Mr. Mayor, did we forget Jan Fagley?
I did that last meeting.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah. Any other memorials? Okay, I believe that we are ready to adjourn. Good night.
Actually, I do have a memorial, and what's sad is that I forgot her name. But what I do know is that she was a write-in resident who deserves her name to be known, who deserves to be remembered as a person who deserves the same respect that we give everyone else. So I'm sure there's a lot of other unknown homeless people, and I hope that the write-in residents come down on me for forgetting the name. And maybe Leah, could you please say her name for us?
Bless his heart.
I'm sure. Tracy Rain.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So my heart goes out to Tracy. Tracy, I hope you can hear me. And I wish I could have done more for you. Bless you.
Okay, any other memorials? Okay, with that, folks, we're adjourned at 9:07 p.m. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.